me in the studio.
It's a thank God moment.
My favorite person.
It's a thank God moment. Thank God it's Friday, and I'm happy to be here again because it's been a while. I kind of like missed the table already. It's been a very tough week. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm really looking forward to the weekend. Even though I'm suspecting why maybe he's wearing red, because it's like everybody's preparing for tomorrow, which is Valentine's Day. But it's fine. I love Africa. And I love everybody. Good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Africa.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything.
No, again. So
it's Friday anyway.
Yeah, it's Friday, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
But what I remember, it's going to be a very interesting tomorrow, which is Valentine's Day. I said, okay, you know what? I might just reserve my expectations for today and just maybe wait for tomorrow and see what it brings. But
if I had remembered, I wouldn't have worn red.
Don't tell me you did not wear this red deliberately.
No, I didn't. I don't even wear red because it was during Valentine that my mom and my dad did whatever they did, and they gave that to me in November. So I gave that to me in November. So I don't listen to good music.
I don't know if I needed that information or that detail. Oh, what? Please, I'm going to cleanse my mind for whatever image that she created in it. But today I'm talking music, and Africa has been known to, use music to tell stories, use music to, impact values, morals, exchange ideas, and it has
African music, especially.
It has transcended beyond entertainment.
Yes.
Now. And being someone who has been adept with so many kind of sounds from Africa, you would know that even when you want to pass a message to somebody who is not in your level, maybe somebody higher up, you can't send messages to royals just from sounds. And we have cultivated to the point now that it's now a global food that people want to take in, and they want to be associated with the African sound. Yeah. We shouldn't look down on it. We love the fact that there are so many proponents of this movement who are championing the cause, and we would like to spotlight some of them and highlight them as we go.
Yes, we'll talk about some beautiful sounds that are coming. Like I said during my intro, the artists are reimagining so many things, so they are not being held back, and I love it. But we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, Just Africa continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. Our guest today is Dele Ayola. He is an artist, performer, sound engineer, and curator whose projects like Astronaut in a Garden and Box of Colors, to mention but a few, explore faith, lonely identity, and transformation. Beyond his albums, Dele founded Levitation, a live platform that champions innovative, boundary-breaking artists and immersive performance culture. Hello, Dele. Welcome to the show.
Hello, maybe. It's so nice to be here again.
Yeah. How is Just this afternoon?
Just feels cold, but it's pretty hot.
Cold and hot. I hope we are safe over there.
Yes, we're very safe.
All right, welcome once again. So let's go straight to the conversation today. Afrobeats are dominating the world right now. You and I will agree. So where does alternative and experimental music fit into Africa's future sound?
I think there's a new wave of artists that are coming right now, and a new wave of listeners too, who do not want their taste to be dictated by what trends are being dictated by these days, by what the record labels are doing. So I really do think that in just a few years, we are going to see a rise of more alternative sounds and more diverse music culture. Because a lot of times we are so quick to classify Nigerian artists into a box, a genre box, and these days you find more and more Nigerians wanting to come out of that genre and experience other genres outside the one that is mainstream. So I do really think that there's going to be a big shift very soon towards alternative.
So when you talk alternative music, right, is that a new genre that we're creating in Africa? Or it's always been there, but it was not just loud because there were other genres of music from Africa that was dominating?
It's always been there because when you listen to music far back, especially like music from the 70s and 80s, you hear a lot of psychedelic music, um, music that had a lot of sounds that were not particularly indigenous to Africa.
Okay.
But now, what we're beginning to see is that we are seeing an amalgamation of those two. We are seeing an amalgamation of the African roots and then these new genres of music or seemingly new genres of music. But it has always been there and it has always been on the ground. It's just never been as mainstream as it's starting to become these days.
Are you sure? Are you sure we can understand or we can tell what kind of music fits into this? Because I know, for example, Venus by Serotonin. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Kind of like give that kind of feel, unless maybe I'm mixing up what your alternative kind of sound means. Give me an example of some of those kind of sounds that perhaps if we go check them up, we get the picture.
I think one artist that really comes to mind pretty quickly are artists like Ogranya,
Okay.
artists like Sute Iwa and Te Iwa.
Okay.
So they are more alternative, yeah, but then they do find ways to sort of mix it with the Afro. But there are times that they go full on alternative, and you just can't particularly recognize it. Rather, you just classify it as something foreign a lot of times. But they are alternative African creators or
Okay.
African musicians.
Okay, how often, or do you think that the rest of the world has come to accept our own style of music? Now, I'm not just saying our music. Now, I'm not talking about Afro beats. I'm talking about our cultural sounds. You know, the way we infuse our drums and some other things like that. Do you think that the world generally has come in terms with that reality that we are going nowhere, we die here on this stage?
I think they have because if you look at the current mainstream landscape, like worldview music wise, you're beginning to see more and more collaborations with African artists. I know J. Cole just dropped an album recently, and Burna Boy and Tems are literally the only Nigerians featured on it, and I think he had only like 3 features or so. It was Feature, Burna Boy, and Thames, which goes a long way to tell you just how much more accepted our music has become. And I've performed at embassies before, and as particularly the U.S. embassy. The last time I performed there, there were so many people walking up to me to tell me, "Oh, they love my music. This is what they expect from Nigeria. That they love Nigerian music so much and stuff like that." So I promise you, the world is coming to terms with it, and they're coming to terms with it pretty fast.
Yes, I love the fact that you said the world is coming in terms with it, and people, foreigners or foreign artists are trying to collaborate with our own people. Now, that is just one side of our music going global. The real question now, are we exporting our full culture, or we are just exporting hit records?
That is a very, very important question. So I do think that there is a lot more work to be done in how we sort of export our culture so that it highlights the most important parts of it. Because sometimes when you look at the mainstream Afrobeat climate, it feels like, this is being packaged to be, comfortable for people to enjoy, which is a great thing because now, it has laid the groundwork for people that can be more extreme to come in. In, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, you would not be able to have someone like a Sheyi Vibes that is blowing up as much as it's blowing up like in the world right now because and that's because now it's more acceptable because people like Whiskey and people like the Burner Boys and the rest have done the work, which makes it easier for people to be able to accept the fullness of our culture. So I do think that even though there's a lot more work to be done there, it's a process, and the process is being completed.
Okay. I still have a question on this global thing, honestly speaking, because most times you see that when these foreign artists want to collaborate, they call our people from here to come and meet them over there. They don't come over. When they come here, it's very rare to say that they are coming, because I feel that when they come, they'll be able to say, okay, bring this particular drums, bring this particular drums. They'll get to understand our culture more. When do we get to that point? You collaborated, it's a good thing, but why don't they come over here to make the sound?
We need, as a collective, as an industry, I feel we need to be in a position where we have more power. Power in the sense of more bargaining power, because now the way I think a lot of our interactions with artists go is, these artists are worldwide, these artists are bigger than us, so we always have to bend to their whims, and when we have more of the market share, for lack of a better word, we would be able to dictate more things going forward. Yeah, but then this is a very, very poignant point that I haven't even really thought of too deeply about like that.
Yeah.
But yes, we do still have a lot more work to do, to make it, to make sure that Nigerian music is not seen as a side dish, rather it's part of the main course.
Okay, let me look for your trouble a bit. Ayola is your name. Do you have a stage name?
That is my stage name.
Ah, okay, great. So I love that.
I like that.
You stay true to the identity. But you're a sound engineer. What stands you out from a typical music artist? Because you have an added advantage already as a sound engineer. What now makes your own sound unique, being one?
It gives me the freedom to be able to manipulate more than the average artist will or can. The more you know about different facets of your craft, the more you're able to express yourself freely. So in regards to things where, you have to do a lot of trial and error, for people like me, it comes pretty much easier.
So when you're on your platforms and you perform, essentially, how do you now create the arts and the ambience and everything? How do you do that?
First of all, I think every experience starts from the artist understanding why they are there. So, depending on wherever I'm performing, whatever venue it is, the first thing is picking the right kind of music, picking the right kind of picking the right kind of vibe, that gets in touch with people. And then after you do that, then you're now thinking of the way you're curating the experience. So from how your arrangement with your instrumentalist to the visuals that are being played on the back in the background, to how you present yourself on stage, to the way you dress, everything is very, very important. And then from there, you're now able to pull the audience into your world and then show them the experience that you have been trying to curate for them, show them the experience that is your music.
Okay, so you're showing them your music or your art. Please, did you travel out of space? Because I'm wondering why you had to name one of your works Astronaut
in the Garden, yeah.
Are you a scientist, space scientist?
So fun fact, for half of my life, I wanted to study astrophysics. And I actually studied physics in the university.
I left
astro.
Astro.
I
left Astro.
I studied. Yes.
Okay.
So I studied physics in the university with a concentration in geophysics and theoretical physics, which is sort of parts and parts, in a way, some leanings of astrophysics. So me naming it Astronaut in the Garden was because I was at a point in my life where I was wondering a lot. Like, I had been working on a couple of projects that were not sticking, and it felt like I was literally lost in space. And then again, it also felt like I was still clinging to the idea of what, like, that old life would have looked like for me versus the new life of what it was of me choosing to be a musician. So that project, the name of that project is kind of an ode to that, and at the same time, like a welcome to what my new life is going to look like.
Okay, yeah, I think
So
I love the way.
So I can easily just say I'm a feeling now because you're just mentioning physics and I say, you see all those brosses there that they no book. And now you're now not doing physics, you're doing music. Bros, how? What happened? Because now one person that is lost to music, I would have needed you in physics.
Oh, but he's bringing those things in.
You say you see.
Okay, Ayola, go on. We can see you laughing.
So for me, it really was, I would say, disillusionment in a way. We oftentimes go into things when we have thought about it, thinking that it's going to be a certain way, and then the reality a lot of times is pretty different. So I went into physics like, hopeful, happy, then part of it was the Nigeria educational system because I didn't think that as a physicist I was going to be spending 8,001 hours in class every day. I thought I was going to get to experience the more practical aspects of what physics was going to be. And then after that, it did not really pan out that way. And then eventually I started kind of falling into some depressive bouts and whatnot. And then music was a way for me to express myself, writing initially, specifically. And then music came along too. And then from there, I started mixing my writing with music. And before I knew what was happening, I was on stages performing and doing all that. I'd been in choir for a long time from when I was a child. But so it wasn't something that was entirely new to me, but picking it as a career was something that was new to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Ayo. Now, you do live performances. Once people hear the word music, people just feel all you have to do is to go to the studio, get a song, get some beats, and record, and of course try to push it. People don't look at the live performances, and you have been able to do live performances for how long now?
I've been performing live for almost 10 years.
For almost 10 years. What are the challenges of being a live performer?
The challenges are like, I should hold a scroll to start reading them at this point. but one of the major challenges has always been finding the space and the funding and the equipment that you need to be able to express yourself properly. Music is not cheap. I mean, like we can't lie to anybody and say music is cheap. For instance, when I'm rehearsing for a gig,
Yeah.
I'm looking at rehearsing for probably 3 weeks straight, depending on the kind of gig it is. And each rehearsal day can be like 6 hours of rehearsal. Now you're having to pay your rehearsal space an amount of money per hour to use that place. And then if you want to set up your own thing, then that's a lot more money involved. But that's one part. The other part is a lot of times you find yourself at venues that are not equipped adequately to handle your sound needs. And that can create conflict between you and the sound engineer sometimes, or you and the organizers of the show sometimes. But those are the two major things, But every other thing, like we have just chopped it up to being part of the life,
But you've
of being
been
a
doing this over the years. So what keeps you going? Why don't you just wait? Maybe there's a concert and you will DJ track one and you go and you hold your mic and you just jump around and do. Why do you? Because you're still going to hold it live this year, right?
Yes.
Good. So what's keeping you going?
It doesn't feel authentic for me to perform the way other artists perform. To come say DJ track one. I like to create experiences. I love to perform. I love being on stage. I love building the music from scratch. Yeah, and then saying DJ track one or whatever, it just really takes the fun out of everything that you're doing. Like why would I do something over and over again exactly the same way when I have a chance to always bring something new to the stage? So it feels very unnatural for me to say, oh, I'm coming on stage and I'm shouting DJ track one. I love to go with my guys. I love to feed off the energy of them on stage.
Yeah.
So that's what keeps me going.
Oh, okay, so Amalo has a lot to
Because the thing is, he sounded somewhat like a lecturer in the class. You know when they are blurry, vivid English? Bro, many of us in Africa, the thing is, just give us good beats and we're good.
Yeah.
I'm looking at even the titles of some of your works. Astronauts in the Garden, A Box of Colors, and I'm like, I just write a poem. Because it's looking more of what this lady call it down when you're standing and singing poems or just reciting poems. It's sounding like that. How do you now ensure you keep the African authenticity?
Yeah.
Because this is looking so much like this prehistoric or English.
But I like that flowers in the box, or what's it?
Hey, it's all these Shakespearean people.
Just tell us
Keep us African a bit now. How do you do it?
Yeah.
So I keep the authenticity in the sound and in the stories I write. My songs and my projects are always concept projects, and they are concept projects based off of the real life stories of people that are around me, sometimes using me as a point of contact. For instance, Astronaut in the Garden is a project that that explores dissatisfaction. It explores the feeling of being inadequate. And I can say that for a lot of young people I interact with, this is the same thing that they go through. I mean, after I dropped that project, I had people like messaging me and calling me and telling me that, oh, they were parts of the songs that spoke to them. So writing those stories in the most authentic way I can is the way I keep it authentic. And also, I'm always experimenting with new sounds. And one of the things I'm really excited about experimenting with right now is Afro jazz. And we're working on a project towards that. So we're bringing it even more home than we have previously.
Okay, so I'll move away from the titles now. Let's talk about Levitation. You founded Levitation in 2018. Why was it important to create a platform, just as I said, instead of just releasing songs?
Levitation came about as a frustration,
or rather, because Levitation means you're going up now.
So I had been going to a lot of shows in Jos Plateau State to be precise, and a lot of times I had been seeing that the way these shows were being organized, they were not taking into account like the needs of the alternative artist. A lot of times, artists who want to like really perform their art live and things like that, and a lot of the artists felt very stifled. The shows were not being properly, diligently like thought out, planned out, executed properly. So I thought to myself that why don't I just try something and then see how it pans out? Like, let me try and put up a show and see, let it not just be me going up and down complaining about the problems, but let me try and see if I can be a solution to the problem. And we had the first iteration of the show in 2018, and it was we did it at the university, that time University of Jos, and it was way bigger than I thought it was going to be. And people kept saying, oh, Dilly, you have to do this again, you have to do this again, you have to do this again. So we came back again in 2019. 2019, we adopted a separate model, different model this time. We started with some shows beginning of the year, from February. We did some shows, then we small acoustic shows, then we spiraled into rap battles. We did rap battles for like a period of 3 months. Then everything culminated in the main show itself in November, where we had the finale for the rap battle, and we picked one artist from all of the small acoustic shows we did and had all of them perform on stage. And so since then, it's just been us trying to replicate it and trying to make it as, bigger, better, and doing the best we can every time we make another one.
It's always sweet for people to tell you, oh, come and do this again. It's always
Yeah.
nice. I hope they were paying.
Exactly. That's what was the turnout like?
I hope they were paying.
Do they really turn out? Do they pay?
So I think for our first show, the turnout was we had about 600 people.
Whoa.
Which was part of the things that shocked me. That I felt like, okay, it seems like you're actually on the right track. Then for the second show, we had about 1,500 people.
So
I think that's not bad now.
It's not bad though. Especially for a sound that is alternative.
Yes.
So we did try to make the tickets as accessible as we could, as cheap as we could. So the tickets, and a lot of our target audience at the time were students. So the tickets were just like 500 naira per ticket.
That's the fact.
So it wasn't bad at all. And then, you know, for people to have, we just wanted to show them. I was really willing to take a loss if I could show them the quality of what we could bring to the table. Like, oh, this is how it feels like to actually go for a concert, for a live concert that is not church. So,
okay.
Yeah. So do you think the live performances, do you think it really helps Africa creative economy?
I think it does. I think it does, because live performances open not just a method of expression for the main artist. It also opens up jobs for other musicians, for other sound engineers, set designers, show promoters. You know, so it's a whole ecosystem that I think if we invest in heavily, we would be able to make a lot of people a lot of money, and give them a lot of jobs, and rather than, you know, just doing whatever we think is right.
Okay, I think
I like the fact that, I mean, you're creating this, but do you have disciples already coming? You are grooming, because we want more Africans to be able to express themselves the easiest way that you can, or they can. Do you teach people?
Yes. So one of the things that Levitation now unintentionally became was sort of like a collective of artists. You know, so each of these artists that are with us a lot of times go out, you know, and then do their own things, and we're always there supporting them. And from Levitation, we have had like other sister shows that have come up with Levitation as an inspiration. There is right now in Jos, there's Rock City Live. There are a lot of there are 2 or 3 other live shows too that artists are beginning to you know, go perform at, and they are really doing a great job. So we thank God for it. So the tree is bearing fruit.
No.
Okay, you also score movies or music for movies, and you are into production fully as well.
Yes.
And you do a whole lot when it comes to the movie industry. How do you do everything together? Like everything, music, film, and all that.
The simple answer is by having a capable team. That's the only way you can go far. So like I said, Levitation became an ecosystem. So that ecosystem continuously brings in people, and I'm like, anytime there's a project that comes up and I feel like, oh, there are people that are going to fit into this ecosystem and work with, that their skills are best suited to the project. I'm like, oh, okay, we have this. Can we work on it together? And everybody makes money and they go home and they're happy. So it just helps really reduce the workload on me a lot of times, because I mean, what's the use of making all the money when everybody else is trying to, you know, scraping for that same money you're looking for, when you can just easily share it? That's always been my philosophy. Like, let your hand be always open so that you can help as much people as you can.
One of the things that we like to do is break down jargons. Yeah? Jargons, especially in different fields. When you say you score movies, let me ask like a man on the street so you understand. When you score movies, it's like you're writing 1/10 or 5/10.
Emmanuel.
Answer that question. I know why I asked this deliberately.
I understand.
Yeah, yes.
So, movie scoring is basically you making the music for the movie. So, when Patience Zoko has put poison inside her wife's, her husband's food, that that you hear.
Yeah.
Yes, that is part of the scoring of movies.
Oh, like sound
So
effects.
we yes, the sound effects, the music for the movie itself too, the what progresses the storytelling forward, like what pushes the storytelling forward, what reinforces it. So that is what scoring of movies is. So sometimes you're writing songs today, sometimes you're just trying to lay down mood tracks so that
Okay.
whatever is happening feels more heightened, build suspense, all of that. So yeah, that is basically what scoring is.
Okay, is there a particular movie that you have scored and, that movie has really gone very far?
Last year, I scored a short film for the British Council called Blood and
Oh.
Rope. Yes, so they have shown the movie in France, in the UK, and some cinemas in Nigeria, including Lagos. And that was a hell of a project to work on. I'm really proud of that project.
Yeah, exactly, because that's what I want to. My next question. Having scored for the British Council and the movie went that far, of course, your name was among those that were credited for doing an amazing job. How
Yes.
has that boosted your career? How did that also boost your own confidence?
I'm not going to lie. I was working on cloud 10, not even 9. 9 was too small for me.
Wow. Okay.
But yeah, and it has brought in one or two other jobs. Right now, we're trying to finish up a new movie. I can't, for NDA reasons, I can't say what the movie is, but it brought in that job, and I was really, really grateful that it did. And I think we're almost done with it. And when it comes to theaters, you will see it.
Okay.
So what are we expecting for you in 2026?
In 2026, I am trying my best to be more consistent with putting out music. So I tend to overthink a lot because, I'm always thinking of, oh, there's this, it has to be this way, it has to be this way. And I'm trying to be more consistent in putting out music. I'm working on 2 projects right now, and I'm hoping that I'll put out at least one of them before the year runs out. And we have Levitation coming up soon, and a couple of other events too coming up. And also, I will be performing a lot more this year than I did last year. So, yeah, I'll be coming to a city near you very soon.
No problem. When you come, you must visit us here. I don't do any virtual anything with you.
Okay,
you come to the studio.
good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to ask, if Levitation grows as it is growing now, if it grows, what impact should we be expecting, or what impact would you want it to make on people?
Honestly, I want it to make impact in 2 ways. The first way is for the artists and for the creators. I want them to be able to understand that they do not have to be limited in their self-expression. They can do whatever they think is the best thing for them to do and have fun doing it. You don't have to necessarily conform to what the norms tell you that you should conform to. And then the second way is I'm hoping that it brings a deeper appreciation for the audience, for what art and creativity and music is in Nigeria. Because I really do feel a lot of times like sometimes Nigerians, in as much as we have a big entertainment industry, there's still that lack of inherent understanding of what the value of creativity and music is. So I'm hoping that it does that. I really hope that it does that.
Let me ask you 2 questions in one. Question 1, which African artist, dead or alive, inspires you? That's one. The question 2, is there anyone you would have loved to work with, or maybe still alive, you would love to work with?
The first one is Fela, like I said, and the second one is Asha.
You would love to work with Asha?
But I'm not surprised.
Love to work with Asha.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. When I think about it, you guys
kind of music.
Yeah, kind of music.
We're not
But
surprised.
why Fela though?
Why Fela? I grew up in a kind of musical household, but my dad always used to listen. He loved country music, and my mom loved a lot of 80s, 80s. They are Whitney Houston, Aretha Franklin, and the rest. And my granddad, on the other hand, listened to a lot of Ebenezer Obey and Fela. But I will admit that I didn't get the appeal of Fela until I think I was in my 100 or 200 level. And that period, I was just like, okay, I was looking for something new to listen to. And I started listening to Fela. I think I started listening to Sorrow, Tears, and Blood. And I just fell in love with his music. And I did a deep dive into his life, and listened to as many interviews as I could lay my hands on. And I really do feel like he was like the concentration of what a true artist should be. Because he reflected the times, he was unapologetic about what he wanted to do, and he was unafraid in his creativity. So I admire that in every way, shape, and form. Fela is our daddy.
Is that that's beautiful. Okay, so you're young, and there are so many young artists out there that want to be like you. Most of them are financially trapped. They cannot go out and make good music. Some of them don't have platforms, free or paid for, where they can express themselves. And these people, some of them have given up, others are at the verge of giving up. What is your word of advice for them? What would you want to tell that person watching you right now?
I want to tell the person that I've been there. So starting out, initially, I couldn't afford studio time. I really couldn't afford it. So I had to, make do with everything that we had around us. I remember we were using something that looked like a USB stick, something like this, initially to record our first songs. And then eventually I got in touch with a producer, and he was like, oh, he likes my drive. Come to the studio, come record at night, and we'll figure it out. And so far it's been things like that that have kept me going. So there's one thing that I know for certain. When you follow the things you love, when you follow the things you love, a lot of times God makes a way.
Yeah.
And I know that this is very vague advice, but you don't know what you can do if you don't start doing what you can do, if that makes sense.
No, I mean, you study physics and astrophysics, so I can understand when you start to go down this line. We can understand.
We get it.
We get it. But I do feel like if we don't educate our people, especially the young ones who want to delve into things like this, they may sway away. Because look, the sound is not, I mean, it's arguable, right? To say that particular sound or it's an African sound. It's arguable because we don't get the beats, the African instrument. So if we don't educate our people, we might lose that touch. And that's where my own fear is.
Yeah.
Does your school do that, or is it your engagement platform do that?
Yes, we do. We do. So there are times where we have like listening periods where my band and I and the guys, we just get together and we pick a project, any project. It could be the Ashake and Whiskey project, which is actually on the list for things that we actually want to listen to. And we sit down, we listen to it, and we listen to it for hours and just dissect it and try to point out the things that we think we liked about the project, the things that we think could have been done better. Because we do feel like the best way for us to be able to understand that sound is studying those people that have gone before us, And then every artist pulls from a database, and a database of things that we have listened to. So having that at the back of your mind, like properly analyzed, talked about, the things that people have pointed out, the techniques that were used, I think that it really does help in the creation and how the artist eventually ends up expressing themselves. So we do try to do that. We do our very best to do that. But then again, we still do have artists who their sound is not exactly African, yeah, but we are trying to figure out a way where we can, bring it home as much as possible without truncating their own identity.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Ayo, for coming on today's show. We really appreciate your time. And thank you for your patience. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Okay, so before we let you go, first of all, we understand the name Ayola shows that you are a Yoruba person from Nigeria. So, what part of the West did you come from? Which of the states?
I'm from Oyo State.
Okay. And what part of Oyo? What do you speak in Oyo?
I speak Yoruba.
Just Yoruba. Right?
I'm from Obuosho South in Oyo State.
Okay, so you speak Yoruba. So you're going to speak Yoruba to greet our fans, to tell them, to appreciate them for watching. Are you going to tell them to keep watching SOUQ News TV and, of course, Just Africa, and they should subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel in Yoruba. This is Just Africa.
This is good. My grandmother is going to laugh at me from the grave, but let's go.
We don't mind. She knows you are making her proud anyway.
Ẹ káàsán gbogbo audience wa, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, subscribe sí SOUQ Africa TV. Program wa lórí YouTube àti lórí. Are you guys on Twitter?
Yes, we are at SOUQ News TV.
Twitter àti Instagram. Ẹ ṣá máa tẹ̀lé wa, ẹ jọ̀ọ́. My name is Dele Ayola.
Ayo, thank you for calling. I really appreciate you once more.
Thank you so much.
All right, Emmanuel.
I like the fact that, I mean, he reminded me so much of when we brought Sage Hassan here.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the spoken word, how to do this thing with the poems and the words. And you'd be like, wait though. Perhaps if this man had become a physicist or an astrophysicist, we would have lost him to space, true.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like the fact that he's committed in this work,
yeah.
and then he's very passionate about creating a cult following of younger people who are doing the same thing. Because true days, if you can give young Africans especially a chance to speak their voices, a platform where they can be themselves and say what is in their head, perhaps there are some mental illnesses that will not come up. Because I mean, some of these people are always hiding things in their head. They're a place where you express yourself in your ways. I was there to even see some of his works, whether he was always dressed in Africa. Because sometimes it's beyond just the sound. One of the things that his mentor, which is Fela, does is Fela is always cultural in his presentation. And if you know Fela's songs everywhere, but he loves a lot of stage performances.
Yes.
And his dancers are always in the African regalia, different patterns. I love that for him, if that is the way he goes. Because look, in every way or form, we need to promote the African culture. Yes,
so today we were reminded that Africa is not a single sound. It is not one tempo, not one drum pattern, not one formula. Yes, Afrobeat has opened the doors, but beyond the charts and streaming numbers, something deeper is happening. Artists are searching, blending, experimenting, and asking bigger questions with their music. This new wave is not chasing noise. It is building an atmosphere. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, Just Africa continues. Amolo has given you a hint. Mental illness. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Ever wondered about the heartbeat of Africa? It's in its music and dance. From the ancient rhythms of the djembe to the vibrant moves of gumboot dancing, African cultures express stories, history, and community through incredible artistic traditions. tale, each step a celebration. Discover the diverse sounds that unite and define communities across the continent. This is more than entertainment, it's a living heritage. What's your favorite African rhythm? Share in the comments. Just Africa Insights, SOUQ News Television.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on the uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change and overuse, it remains a vital lifeline for over 30 million people across Chad, Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. But Chad's uniqueness goes even deeper. It is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in Africa, with over 120 local languages spoken, despite a relatively small population. French and Arabic are the official languages, but the diversity reflects its deep ethnic and cultural complexity. Chad is also home to Zakuma National Park, a conservation success story in Central Africa. Once plagued by poaching, the park has rebounded and is now a sanctuary for elephants, lions, giraffes, and rare birds, showcasing the country's ecological richness. In the Enedi Plateau in northeastern Chad lies another treasure, a UNESCO World Heritage Site filled with ancient rock formations and prehistoric cave art, some dating back 7,000 years. These natural cathedrals in the desert tell stories of early human life long before modern civilization reached the region. In terms of identity, Chad is where Arab and Black African cultures blend, creating a unique socio-cultural fusion seen in its clothing, cuisine, languages, and traditions. Despite economic challenges and regional instability, Chad remains a country of untapped beauty, resilience, and cultural depth. It is a land where survival meets strength and where the desert holds not just sand, but stories. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Chad, the bridge between the desert and diversity. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development wey dey work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we no dey abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, It is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw ecotourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Ever wondered about the heartbeat of Africa? It's in its music and dance. From the ancient rhythms of the djembe to the vibrant moves of gumboot dancing, African cultures express stories, history, and community through incredible artistic traditions. Each beat tells a tale, each step a celebration. Discover the diverse sounds that unite and define communities across the continent. This is more than entertainment, it's a living heritage. What's your favorite African rhythm? Share in the comments. Just Africa Insights, SOUQ News Television.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do it to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. Thank you. Now, some journeys are not loud. They do not trend. They do not flash. They are built quietly in classrooms, in counseling rooms, in hospital corridors, in moments where pain meets compassion. To leave home, to build abroad, to lead in spaces where few look like you. That is not just professional ambition. It is a psychological resilience. In this second segment of Just Africa, we speak with a man whose life's work centers on healing others. But the big question is, who heals the healer? Who supports the mind that carries the weight of other people's trauma? This is a conversation about migration, identity, emotional labor, leadership, and what it really means to serve. Our guest, Dr. Ohiro Uni Esele, is a social worker, scholar, author, and founding director of a university program in the United States. His work spans clinical care, healthcare research, administration, and mental health training. But beyond the titles lies a deeper story, the psychological journey of an African professional navigating diaspora identity, institutional leadership, and emotional responsibility. Today, we explore the inner life behind the credentials. So once again, we want to welcome our special guest, Dr. Ohiro. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much. It's actually my great pleasure to be here. It's a homecoming like none other.
Yeah.
Because I was born and raised here.
Yeah.
And I have been gone for over 4 decades.
Wow.
Yes, I've lived abroad for just over 41 years now. Although I visit, home is home. And so it's been lovely.
How's been life being here in comparison to down here in Africa?
Home is always home.
Yeah. You tasted outside.
Right, and I must tell you that I'm not one of those people who really say I miss home a lot. I do not, because I'm in regular contact with home.
Okay.
And I'm not one of those people who say I will never go back to Nigeria because I love Nigeria very deeply. And when I was growing up here, and actually I think just before I left the country, on the day that I left, we can get into the story of why I left. That's a completely different story, but I'll be happy to share it. But on that day that I left, I remember my father pulling me into his bedroom. And he said, "You are going on a journey, and you are going to be successful," he said. He said, "But this is what I want you to know. If you can eat and dine with kings and queens and not be too proud for yourself, and if you can keep your head when others around you are losing theirs, then you are my son."
Then you're my son.
Then you're my son. And then he also said, the Lord God Almighty knew where his water will be safe. That is why he created rivers and seas in those places. So he knew that this country, Nigeria, was the best place for you to be born in. Never forget home.
And so, you remembered after 41 years?
Absolutely. And so, you know, in those days, man, when your dad spoke to you, you took it to heart. Yeah. And even the whole journey of my migration, I had finished my undergraduate degree. I got my bachelor's degree from the great UI and just completed my NYC, came home. I wanted to stay home and work. And my dad walked into my room one night and he said, "You know, I do not see a very bright future for Nigeria." Nigeria was great at the time. It was really good.
As I 41 years ago.
It was 1985, yes. He said, "I don't see," it was very early in 85. I had just, because when I graduated from UI, we spilled over because there had been a riot. So we spilled over at our NYC. So by the time we finished, it was in November of 84. And so I came home. And then I was home for a few months. He walked into my room one night. I was just lying down. I was cool. And he said, "I don't see a very bright future for Nigeria. And you are so bright. I do not want your talent and your intellect to go to waste. Get on the phone, call your brothers in the United States and tell them you're coming." That's, and in those days too, when your dad said something, you know, jump, you just
jump. Yes.
And so I wasn't planning to go abroad. You know, so.
Wow. So, beautiful story.
It got me already. Because wait, he was at 1984, 85.
Yeah.
Your dad saying Nigeria particularly does not have a bright future. We here were saying back in the days was better.
Oh, it was great.
So what are we doing now?
You don't understand that conversation.
I'm
No, we can actually have
it.
it. You know, because there's an African proverb that says that what a young person cannot see standing up, an old person can see sitting down.
Yeah.
And so that actually speaks to the wisdom of older people. Because there's also the other African proverb that says that you may have more clothes than an old person, but you will not have more rags than an old person, which means that an older person is always wise and can see beyond today. I'm African.
No, you're an African.
What was the first culture shock that you witnessed when you moved over to that place?
Well, that's a good question, because I will tell you that the first country that I went to was not the United States. So when my dad came to my room and said that, a few weeks after that, maybe about a month later, I was in the UK. That's where he sent me to for the first time. And mind you, we, before then, will receive a lot of missionaries, American Peace Corps volunteers, who will come to the town where we lived in, and they will come to our home for weekends. So I was and I had white teachers, and so I was very used to that kind of life. But the first culture shock was getting to the UK and suddenly finding out that being black was not just a skin color, but also meant that I was considered inferior in the UK. But life was much easier at the time because you didn't need a visa to go to the UK at the time. And the Naira was actually high in value as well. But getting there and suddenly realizing that I was black, which was not a big thing here in Nigeria, and that I was a guest, whereas here we treated the British as though they were friends. You know, and so that was the first culture shock. And I lived in the UK for just over 2 years before I moved to the UK, to the US, which I think is probably the best decision I ever made in my life.
Wow.
Well, best decision I ever made as far as, you know, transitions of career and embracing opportunities in life, yes.
Well, that's beautiful. Okay, so let's move on to your career.
Yeah.
The last time we spoke, we talked about your social work, and we understand that. So there are so many people that are depressed right now. So many, and many don't even know they're depressed. So my first question is, what's the very first sign to know that this person is depressed?
Right. Well, let me put it this way. There are signs that you can see, but when it comes to making a diagnosis, diagnoses are not usually that straightforward to make. They're not so simplistic because we use the term depression all the time. Somebody is sad and we say the person is depressed.
Okay.
But there's a difference between sadness and depression because sadness is only one symptom of depression, right? Sadness is only one symptom. Here are some of the other symptoms. There is that sadness, of course. Then there are feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, lethargy, where the person just can't get themselves to move, like almost tired all the time. So helplessness, hopelessness, isolation, social isolation from other people, sleeping too much or not sleeping enough, eating too much or not eating enough. So these are really, so if we're making a diagnosis of depression, whether it's major depression or pervasive depressive disorder, which is the other term for that is dysthymia, when you're making, or whether it's depressive disorder that's not otherwise specified, the various forms of depression. One of the things we are looking for 5 of the symptoms to be able to say this is the diagnosis. However, you're right. Someone may be depressed without knowing it and just say things like, I don't feel well. I can't go out, I can't get myself to move, I feel worthless, So no matter what you try to get them to, no matter what you try to do or someone else tries to get you to do, to see all of the great things that are happening in your life, you just can't see those same things.
Yeah.
So those are the things that we're looking for. Therefore, I know that's my camera right there.
Yeah.
So if you or someone that you know is experiencing the symptoms that I have just described, it is important to see a psychotherapist to first make the diagnosis and then begin the treatment. But we're looking for, you know, the durations. If you're feeling like that and you're an adult for up to a month, you know, so when we are making a diagnosis, we want to look at the symptoms. We want to look at the length of time during which the person has felt like that. And then we want to also make sure that the symptoms are not due to a medical condition or to substance use, because there is substance-induced depression. And then depression can also be influenced by medication, by medical condition.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've been doing a lot of social work, right? And first off, why did you even delve into social work? Because essentially it means like you're serving other people. That's what it means, right?
Yes.
Why did you choose to do that?
You know, when I have been asked that question in the past, this is what I've said. I did not choose the profession. The profession chose me.
Okay.
Because I didn't even know what social work was. You know, when I go to the United States. No, I didn't know what social work was. I knew what psychology was. So I went to graduate school to study psychology. And after the first semester and a half, I ran into someone who said to me, I have a master's degree in psychology. That's not what you want, because it's not a good degree. So because in the United States, in most of our states, you can't be licensed as a psychologist unless you have a PhD.
Oh.
Right. And so he said to me, why don't you just take a terminal degree where you can get licensed after your master's degree? And so if you decide to go for a PhD, it's your choice. If you decide not to do it, then you have a license and you can practice. I thought about it, and so I switched to social work. But in social work, and just as in psychology, there are many areas. You can be a clinical psychologist, you can be a developmental psychologist, you can be a counseling psychologist, you can be a health psychologist, you can be a school psychologist. And by the way, that guy was back in school studying to be a school psychologist when I ran into him. So here's the deal. In social work is very vast. So you can be a psychotherapist once you're licensed, but there are 2 levels of license. Yeah, we don't want to get into that, you know. And a licensed master of social work degree. This is in the United States, and then there's a licensed clinical social work degree that comes with psychotherapy privileges. So there are many areas in social work where you can work in hospitals, you can work in schools, you can work in community centers, you can just work everywhere. You can just open your own practice as a psychotherapist. You can be in education, you can be everywhere. So then going into social work, then I realized that really that's where I needed to be. And so I practiced solely I just practiced for 20 years before I decided to go into academia. And then went into academia.
It looks like you love to help people.
Yeah, that I still, yes. No, and you know, that's actually a good observation, because what happened was I had been practicing for 20, 21 years, and at some point I said, you know what, I'm going to really get very old. So let me do something that will give me a platform to influence young people en masse instead of supervising one graduate student a year. So I then said, well, academia is like it, because I was already writing and giving lectures around the world, and teaching just became natural. And the first day I walked into the classroom, it was a Master of Social Work degree, Master of Social Work students. That very day, I walked in and I just knew that that's where I belonged. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'll take you back a little. You said is a therapist could work in the school, in the hospital, anywhere. Yeah. But that's part of those words. When you tell anyone that you need to see a therapist, they feel you're telling them that you're mad. They run nuts.
Right.
They're not in their normal self. So how do you encourage an average African, an average Nigerian that, okay, you are at this stage, mentally you are not very stable, not because you're running mad, maybe you're going through depression, you need to see a therapist. How do you convince that person, an African who believes that if I go there, they'll think I'm mad? How do you convince a person?
Let me look at the camera and say this, that this is Nigeria.
Yeah.
And for as much as I love Nigeria, I can say, and I can say, I'm not trying to be critical of the country. It's a country that I love. But as I have traveled just in the past week that I've been here, it's actually, it sounds like a bold statement, but it's also true that one can say that right now Nigeria is a traumatized nation.
That sounds funny.
Yeah.
We're a traumatized nation.
Right, and because if you look at the symptoms, if you look at what trauma is and what the symptoms of trauma is, which we treat, a lot of Nigerians fit in that category.
Wow. Okay.
Absolutely. And so the thing to do is to have discussions, and I hope people who are watching this can also speak to other people.
Yeah.
Have some self-reflection and ask yourself, right now, am I happy with my circumstances? And right now, what am I feeling? Am I staying up at night wondering about my life? Am I feeling that I am wasting my talent because I don't have the opportunities? Do I feel better today than I did last year and the year before? And am I able to, do I have hope right now? And if I am not hopeful, am I feeling helpless? Do I have anywhere that I can go and get lifted up? And if the answers to many of these questions are no, or I am not sure, then it's important to begin to think of the fact that obviously you cannot do it alone.
Yeah.
And people who come to therapists, and I say this to my students all the time, most of the people who come to see a therapist have already tried their personal coping mechanisms to the point where their coping mechanisms can no longer take them beyond that point before they come to therapy. In any culture, the only difference is that in the United States and other Western cultures, psychotherapy is normalized, which is why psychotherapy, even medical insurance companies pay for psychotherapy. And otherwise it can be quite expensive. It is normalized. But the other problem with our culture here in Nigeria is that we say, or our people say, I don't need that help, I can just go to my pastor. Sure. Your pastor is not a professional. And the pastor says, I have been to a Nigerian church here, this is in the US. My cousin was having an event and invited me to a Nigerian church about 15 years ago. And the pastor was up there saying, if my pastor tells me I have high blood pressure and gives me medication, I won't take it because God has healed me. And I said, that's the pastor's thing. So many Nigerians are actually dying even outside of Nigeria because they want to pray. You know, but here's the deal. Even in the Bible that we study, the Bible that we read, if you look, was it Elisha who was traveling, got under a juniper tree, stayed under a juniper tree and said, God, now please take my life. We call that suicidal, we call those suicidal ideations, which are symptomatic, which are symptoms of depression. You know, like, so the point that I'm saying too is that healing, if you are a Christian, healing, if you believe that healing comes from God, then what makes you think that God is not using the therapist to heal you?
True.
Really. Yeah. Unless you don't believe the God that you serve, because the God that you serve has placed people, including psychotherapists, out there to heal you. I'll give you I'll tell you one thing that happened. Some years ago, I was invited by an evangelical Christian group to speak, Pentecostal church, to speak to them. I forgot what it was about. And so I was speaking to them. And so one person got up and said, it was question time. He said, you say you're a Christian, right? I said, yes. And he said, so when you know that you are not the one who provides healing, why don't you just tell your clients to go to God in prayer instead of going through psychotherapy? Because I really have a problem with with Christians going to psychotherapy. This was over 20 years ago.
Okay.
To which I said, this is going to be my response to you. In the United States, every 20 seconds, a woman is beaten by their partner. So every 20 seconds, which means that by the time I get on from this podium,
somebody has beaten.
Many women have been beaten by their spouses. And some of those women will be Christians. And some of the people beating them, Christians and pastors. So, and they will need me. And some of them will actually come to my colleagues for help. And so it's important for us to realize that psychotherapy is not a novel idea. It is going for help when your coping mechanisms can no longer sustain you.
Yeah. Does it feel overwhelming sometimes when you hear some of the problems that people bring to you? Some of the, I don't know if this client privileges work here, but sometimes when some of these problems come to you, do they sound overwhelming?
First of all, I've been in this field for a very long time. I was licensed 33 years ago, in 1993.
They call you OGs.
I think everyone looking now can just hear that I've been called a very old man. But here's the deal. That's an excellent question. In our practice in the field, there are two terms. One is transference and the other is countertransference. And transference is when a client, a patient begins to see you because you are providing the help.
Yeah.
Begins to see you as this, like their big father, their big brother, sister, mother, and so on. And so almost become dependent on you emotionally. And it can even cross the line to be almost physically, right? Psychologically dependent on you. But countertransference is when the therapist begins to take that on and begins to actually behave like and feel this sympathy. Like I am, like this father or this whatever. It is one reason why supervision is very important, So therapists should get supervision from OGs and from older therapists. And it's also the reason why in the United States, most therapists also see therapists.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And many doctors see therapists because of what you just asked. Is it not overwhelming? Because in the practice of psychotherapy, I'm sure you know of Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud came up with a list of defense mechanisms. And one of them that I particularly like is one that's not so frequently talked about because we talk about denial and some other kinds of mechanisms, projection and so on. But displacement was one of them. And I have said, and when I speak to clinicians, I tell them, understand that displacement as a defense mechanism is one of the ones that even therapists use a lot. Because you've just seen a child, for example, who's just informed you that she's been sexually abused by her grandfather. And then you're supposed to go back home to your own little children as if nothing happened. Just put it aside and go on. It can be emotionally burdening. It can be, but if you are an experienced therapist, right? You understand that your client is your client. Your role is to help to get them back to a point of stability where you can move on with your lives. Your role is not to take on the weight of their symptoms or the weight of the stories that they're telling you, and because you can crack so if you cannot take care of yourself, then it's difficult to take care of other people. Yeah.
So how do you take care of yourself outside the job?
Yeah. How do you do that?
Me?
Yes.
Well, there are multiple things that I do, right?
Okay.
I walk a lot. I walk like I'll take time off work.
Daily?
Yes.
Okay.
I walk like I don't know what it is in kilometers. In miles, I walk like 3 to 4 miles a day, which will be, I think that would probably be about 4.5 to 6, 7 kilometers. Yeah, every day.
Every day?
Yes, except now, remember, I was born in the tropics, so I don't want, it's so cold right now, it's so cold right now that I'm not out there walking the way that you want, right? So I walk. It's one of the ways that I take care of myself. Another way is I decided this past year to begin to pay someone to teach me to play the keyboards.
I was going to say music.
I think that's...
What kind of music do you like?
Oh,
What kind of music do you like?
Okay, trust me. I used to just play different kinds of music. Well, I still do, but Afrobeats has no... I mean, Afrobeats, just like when I get in my car, it's Afrobeats all the way. Driving, it's Afrobeats. And in my house, I tell Alexa to play any Afrobeats music and can just play on. And I love Afrobeats. I love generally gospel music.
Okay.
And Afrobeats really definitely has taken over the... Yeah, it does. And it's not just with me. I was in Colombia, in Bogota, Colombia, I think it was last year, and walking through a commercial center, one of the most heavily populated commercial places in Bogota. And I was hearing Afro music blasting, Afrobeats. And then a few months after that, I was in London. The car service came to get me from the hotel. I got into the car service, and they were playing Afrobeats. And I said, oh, you know Afrobeats? And the guy said, everybody plays it here in London. Nigerian music has gone far.
It's gone far. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, so you're also an author and, of course, a teacher, lecturer. Yes. Okay, so your last book, or the most recent, When Loving Brings Pain. The last time you promised us that you were going to talk about it, but due to time factor, you were not able to tell us about the book. What is When Loving Brings Pain? What's it all about?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the latest, because I think since that I have published Whenever Tomorrow Comes, which is my first fictional novel. It's my first fiction. Yeah. It's my first novel. But When Loving Brings Pain is about really love can actually become painful, right? And I see you looking like, how can it be?
Yeah, see, I just had my hand akimbo, like, you know, I want to listen to this.
Right. What the book talks about is that you can be in love with your partner, but that relationship can eventually blow up when anger and pain is bottomed up, when anger and pain are bottomed up, and they overwhelm the feelings of love. So a lot of the time, you know, and it's especially so for women, because men can really vocalize and can express, really, but very often a woman wants to hold the relationship together, wants to hold the family together, and bottle up feelings of anger. It becomes painful, and then there's an explosion. So in describing that, which is why in that book, one of the things that I did was to present a significant formula for dealing with anger and pain.
Okay.
And one of them really is just communication. And it's really big. The problem is that people tend to think that communication means you have to talk about everything. Yeah. And why should I talk now? But when you are not talking, cognitive distortions develop, where she says something and it's coming from a completely innocent place in her heart. And you say, she is saying that I'm a lazy man. Or you, the man, things have become difficult. You are not making enough money anymore. She doesn't know. And then when she asks for something you cannot afford, you assume that she is saying you are no longer playing the role of a man well. Because for men very often, and this, I'll tell you what happens in my psychotherapy practice often. You see, for men very often, identity is tied to success, whatever success means. And for women, in many cases, identity is also often tied to the relationship they're in, and also to the idea that culture expects you to be married at a certain age. And so there is stigma around some of these issues. So when a man finds himself no longer, quote, succeeding, it becomes difficult to look at the successes that are happening in other areas. So what one tries to do in psychotherapy is to help the client really embrace these other areas of success by redefining what success means for them. In other words, helping the client make meaning of their experience. And you do that not only by through a clinical interactional process that occurs, but also in helping them to re-engage in healthy ways with themselves, with society, and with the partner. And for the partner, it's also really helping them to redefine their identity outside of the relationship. Because life does not end with your relationship. It does not start, nor does it end with your relationship. So it's important to define, to help them redefine. And there are multiple ways to do that. One is by rewriting the narrative of life. You know, and I can give you many examples of this. But one of the things that I do when I see women, I would ask some women, first day that I see them, when they come very overwhelmed, and I say, oh, tell me about yourself. This is so common with women. When I will say, tell me about yourself, they start telling me about their families, their children, and their husband, and so on.
That's how they define themselves, by others, not even them.
When I say to a man, tell me about yourself, the man tells me what he do for a living, what he does for a living, and who he is. And then, but when I say to a woman, so you've told me about all of these people and so on, and that you take care of, who takes care of you? Yeah. And sometimes they start crying. Because even the man that they are married to, that they're living with, is not taking care of them. It's taking care of all of the bills, all of the finances, but it's not taking care of the partner.
It goes beyond the bills.
So, doctor, so we do, it looks like we do a lot of talking, but less listening, from what you just explained.
Yes.
Because sometimes the communication part we understand here in this part is we're just talking.
Yes.
But from your experience, are there times when you would recommend just being quiet in a room, the two of you just reflect, without saying words to each other?
I think you need to sit in my office one day and just watch, just observe. Yeah. It starts with my practice. Yes, I recommend listening sometimes. Because if you cannot sit in silence, then it's difficult to listen to someone else. So I have people practice sitting in silence. Because when you practice in silence, not only do you get to hear yourself, you also develop a stronger sense of what happens around you, what messages nature is trying to send to you. And so sitting in silence provides that platform. You know, silence provides that platform for you to be able to do that. And yes, I do recommend that.
Wow.
Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. This conversation is very perfect. Yeah. I'm sorry, I have to tie it to it, right? One of the things that couples would often consider as conflict is when one person is speaking and the other person is not listening, right? But sometimes, actually, you can be speaking, but you're not understood. Not that they're not listening, but they're not understood. How do you define communication amongst couples? How should it be? Valentine's tomorrow. Everybody will be expressing love, and some believe showing love is by giving gifts. Some others feel it's just being quiet in a room and just maybe watching a movie. Please explain that so that younger couples out there, I won't say older couples because those are very certain ways. Younger couples don't make that mistake of mistaking one form of showing love as the ultimate.
Let me go back a bit. Did you say older couples?
I can't speak for older couples. I don't say younger ones.
I thought you meant there is no hope for older
couples. No.
One of the things that you don't know about me is that I'm very funny.
Okay, that's funny.
But one of the things that I teach in clients in psychotherapy, it's a big part of psychotherapy practice, is the reflective listening, which is what you're hitting on. Reflective listening is the idea that we're talking, you have an assurance that I'm actually listening to you, that I'm actually not hearing, but actually listening to you.
Yes.
And one way that I teach that is to have, and they go on to practice these things, have the one speak to the other, and then have you repeat to your partner what they said. This is what I heard you say. Because sometimes what you say is not what the other person hears, right? That is one. But another thing that I do is I teach them at the end of your busy day, take 15 minutes before you go to sleep and just sit down and talk. 15 minutes.
Talk about what?
Okay.
What was your day like? And then it's my turn to tell you what my day was like. And then what are we going to do tomorrow? And another thing that I do is, like for individuals especially, like before you go to bed tonight, take stock of what the day was like for you. And identify only 3 things that you will do tomorrow, that you plan to do tomorrow. Because otherwise you could end up, depending on what they've come to me with, you could end up at the end of the day thinking that your day was wasted.
Yeah.
Whereas if you actually identify 3 things that you will do, and you look back, you'll realize that you actually did them.
Yeah.
And your day was not wasted. But don't identify more than, people will say, identify 10 things. But you are not always the determinant of your day.
Yeah.
So if you only accomplish 4 out of 10, and sometimes I say to people, and I hope people that are watching here take this as a lesson.
Yeah.
You never really go through a day without accomplishing anything. So at the end of the day, right, one of the things that I say is instead of writing a to-do list, try at the end of the day writing a list of the things that you did.
Yeah.
Because what you want to do is to give yourself room to succeed.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
This is
Thank you.
Like a free session we're getting from Dr.
Yeah,
How do you know it's free?
I don't know why you'll be coming back to Nigeria again, but whenever Doctor comes, I think we have to bring him back for another episode of Just Africa, because maybe we should have a repeat of that, right?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, so a very big thank you to you, Doctor, for coming on the show.
Right.
We really appreciate you. And I love the fact that you started on the note that you're a proud Nigerian and a proud African. Okay, so Doctor, where are you from?
I'm from Edo State.
Edo State.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a place called Ora in Edo State. Ora, yes.
Okay.
It's to the north of Edo State.
Doctor, do you speak your dialect?
Oh, yeah. Well, my friend and I were just discussing this yesterday because I was here in July when my father was posthumously honored.
Okay.
And also the American consulate here had asked me to give a lecture that they transmitted, that they live streamed to the 28 American spaces in Nigeria. So I was here for those two reasons. But at my father's posthumous award, I was trying to speak in my dialect, and I just burst out laughing. And I was like, what are you trying to say? I speak it well, because that's one thing we were taught. And so I resumed, and the bishop said, Prof, please speak your English.
Oh,
no, but I speak it well. I do speak it well, trust me.
Don't tell me I indirectly ran away from speaking your dialect on the show.
Oh, no, I will speak it.
Okay.
So
I'm going to read and in Zora, YD.
Is that all?
Oh, you want me to say more?
Yeah, just say the cue. Meanwhile, we have our vice chairman here is actually from Edo State, so he's watching, and if you do not say it where he's going to tell us. So,
oh, no, he won't, because he won't know.
No,
and if he's from Ora, he's not going to shame his brother.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for coming on the show. We hope to bring you in. Anytime you're in Nigeria, I hope to bring you in.
Yes, I'll be back. I came here because I wanted to do this workshop for practitioners in Nigeria. Okay. And it turned out to be really, really well received. We had a lot of practitioners who attended the workshop on Saturday, and we'll continue to do things like that.
All right. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
All right. So leadership is not just position, it is endurance. Service is not just a skill, it is an emotional generosity. And migration is not just a movement, it is transformation. We were reminded that behind every title is a story. Behind every institution is a human being. And behind every healer is a heart that also needs care. Perhaps the greatest strength is not intelligence, but empathy. Not achievement, but alignment. This is Just Africa, where we explore not just success, but the soul behind the success. A very big thank you to you for staying tuned today and throughout the week. Next week, we'll come back with beautiful guests and, of course, more interesting episodes. I am Omevi Idolo, and from Emmanuel Amolo, we say thank you for watching.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. All traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced the golden era, marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced methodological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Oni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shaped the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
In the thick green lawns of southern Nigeria, beneath towering trees and amidst age-old traditions, grows a fruit as bitter as truth, but as valuable as gold. It's called bitter kola, known scientifically as Garcinia kola. This small brown nut hides layers of history, health, and hidden wealth. To the untrained eyes, it's just a bitter snack chewed by elders or hawked in traffic. But to the world of herbal medicine, pharmaceuticals, and agro-export, bitter kola is a plant of promise, a potent gift of the rainforest. Across communities in Ondo, Cross River, Edo, and the southeast, bitter kola has long been used for its medicinal properties, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and antiviral. In traditional medicine, it's a cure for cough, a guardian of the liver, a friend of fertility. But beyond tradition, global demand is rising. Researchers abroad are exploring its use in managing glaucoma, boosting immunity, and even fighting viruses. And while many countries import, Nigeria stands tall as a natural home of bitter kola. Yet, like gum arabic, most of our bitter kola is exported raw. No branding, no packaging, no processing. Just sacks of potent sent abroad for a fraction of what they are worth. Imagine this, a local SMA producing organic bitter kola supplements, branded extracts for the global herbal market, or dried sliced kola shipped to Europe, Asia, America, or capsules, oil, tea, cosmetics from a tree right in your backyard. If you're a youth, entrepreneur, or agro-lover, here is how to plug in. 1. Harvesting. Locate local trees or cultivate them. They thrive in humid forests. In 2022 alone, Nigeria exported over 160 metric tons of bitter kola, generating an estimated 2.6 billion naira in export earnings, according to trade reports. But experts believe this is just scratching the surface. For small players, even processing 10 kg into powder or capsules can fetch a tidy margin, selling at 10,000 naira to 15,000 naira per kilo, locally as organic herb supplements. Now we go to 2, drying and preservation. Proper storage is key for export quality. At the local level, 1 sack of properly dried bitter kola, about 50 kg, can sell for 100,000 to 120,000 naira, depending on quality and market. Value addition. When grinded into powder, guided by professional knowledge, it could be infused into oil or capsule for supplements. Now we go to marketing and export. Target diaspora communities, herbal industries, and wellness markets. Exporters in Lagos or Port Harcourt resell the same quantity internationally for $600 to $800. but SOUQ, especially in markets like the US, UK, and China. Research and innovation, that's another clue. Collaborate with local to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was Ni Ogbara was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the corporate affairs department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire.
She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She's living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get a shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Dada of Opobo, they taught them about King Dada of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Journey 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gifts and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close it. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept. No matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, It's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But what the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And for me, if you leave a place and the people that works with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango. Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to evade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers, and then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously, from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, Boyfi. This POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
My name is Ogbadege. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. The federal government approves major road expansions, including Bodo-Boni Extension and Akwanga-Maiduguri Corridor. UAE, Saudi Arabia and Qatar to import Nigerian fodder, including grasses, straws and hays, boosting livestock sectors. Ghana cuts farm gate cocoa price to March global levels, aiming to boost demand amid falling international prices. Russia, Ukraine and US to hold talks in Geneva next week, seeking resolution to ongoing Ukraine war. In sports, Team Nigeria drawn against Morocco in 2026 Davis Cup World Group 2. Stay with us, we'll be right back. The federal government has approved significant road expansion projects across Nigeria, signaling a renewed focus on strategic infrastructure and economic growth. Key initiatives include an 8.7-kilometer extension of the Bodo-Boni Road in the Niger Delta and the construction of the Akwanga-Jos-Bauchi-Gombe-Maiduguri Corridor. Minister of Works David Umahi disclosed the approvals during a press briefing at the Ministry of Works in Abuja. He described the projects as part of President Bola Tinubu's directive to accelerate critical road development nationwide, emphasizing their role in improving transport efficiency, regional integration, and trade facilitation. Officials noted that the trade expansions will enhance access to commercial hubs, reduce travel times, and create jobs in construction and ancillary sectors. The government reiterated its commitment to completing priority infrastructure projects to strengthen Nigeria's economic competitiveness and connect remote regions to national markets. The Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, has confirmed that approximately 99% of depositors in Nigerian banks are fully covered under its enhanced deposit insurance scheme. The agency urged customers to link their bank verification numbers, BVN, to their accounts to ensure seamless access to insured deposits in case of bank failures. NDIC Managing Director and CEO Thompson Oludare made the disclosure on Wednesday during the NDIC Special Day at the 47th Kaduna International Trade Fair in Kaduna. The fair, organized by the Kaduna Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Mines and Agriculture, focused on promoting economic growth through local content development and sustained reforms. Oludare stressed that linking BVNs to bank accounts strengthens the deposit insurance framework, protecting depositors and boosting confidence in the banking sector. He encouraged all Nigerians to ensure their accounts are compliant to benefit fully from the insurance scheme. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has warned Nigerians to stop mutilating and abusing the naira, stressing that practices such as spraying, defacing, counterfeiting, and hawking banknotes are illegal and harmful to the economy. The caution was delivered during the CBN Special Day at the 47th Kaduna International Trade Fair. Mrs. Sidi Ali Hakama, Deputy Director of the Corporate Communications and Investor Relations Department, said, "The naira is a vital symbol of Nigeria's sovereignty and must be treated with dignity and care." She emphasized that abuse of the currency undermines its integrity and increases the cost of replacing damaged notes. The Apex Bank urged citizens, traders, and event organizers to comply with existing laws protecting the naira, warning that violators risk sanctions as enforcement efforts intensify nationwide. The federal government decision to relax restrictions on selected food imports may have lowered prices in the short term, but agricultural stakeholders warn it is hurting local producers and threatening long-term security food. At a national press conference on food security, Dr. Fatai Afolabi, Managing Director of Foremost Development Services Limited, revealed that about 3,500 rice farmers are considering abandoning cultivation after recording combined losses exceeding 93 billion naira. He added that the crisis is affecting not only rice but also cassava, tree crops, and the wider agricultural value chain. Afolabi stressed that food security goes beyond immediate affordability. He warned that weakening domestic production capacity today could undermine Nigeria's ability to feed itself tomorrow, urging policymakers to strike a balance between consumer relief and sustained support for local farmers. The United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar are set to import fodder, including grasses, straws, and hay from Nigeria to support their livestock sectors. Minister of Livestock Development Alhaji Idi Maiha has revealed. Speaking in Lorin, Kwara State, during a stakeholders meeting, the minister said off-takers in the Gulf countries have engaged in Nigerian suppliers and are willing to pay in dollars. The initiative reflects growing international interest in Nigeria's agricultural outputs and presents opportunities for local producers to tap into foreign markets. Alhaji Maiha highlighted that the development could boost Nigeria's livestock value chain while generating foreign exchange and supporting rural economies. The planned exports are expected to encourage large-scale fodder production, enhance quality standards, and strengthen Nigeria's role as a key supplier of livestock feed in the global markets. The Chinese government has dismissed allegations by 5 United States lawmakers that it is backing illegal mining activities and funding militias in Nigeria, describing the claims as completely baseless. In a statement issued on Thursday, the Chinese embassy in Nigeria responded to a bill introduced in the U.S. Congress, raising concerns about China's role in Nigeria's extractive sector. The embassy maintained that Chinese companies operating in Nigeria comply with local laws and contribute positively to economic development. The exchange adds a diplomatic layer to ongoing discussions about mining governance, security challenges, and foreign participation in Nigeria's natural resource industry. Analysts say the dispute reflects broader geopolitical tensions as global powers compete for influence in Africa's mineral-rich economies, while concerns persist over regulation, transparency, and community impact. The Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, has approved the activation of the Lagos Free Zone Green Channel, a dedicated corridor for the seamless movement of free zone cargo from Lekki Deep Sea Port to the Lagos Free Zone. This development positions Lagos Free Zone as the only free zone in Nigeria anchored by the Lekki Deep Sea Port, giving it a strategic edge in inward logistics. The sanctioned corridor allows controlled, efficient transit of goods, reducing delays and enhancing trade facilitation across the zone. According to a statement from Lagos Free Zone on Thursday, the Green Channel aligns with global port-to-free zone logistics standards seen in leading trade hubs across the Middle East and Asia. The initiative marks the first officially sanctioned corridor of its kind in Nigeria, reflecting efforts to integrate customs operations with free zone activities and strengthen the country's competitiveness in international trade. And now, still to come in the news, Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te said on Friday that it is up to Taiwanese companies to determine how to allocate the $250 billion in investments pledged for the United States. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and a magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors awe at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Benden Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2 sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Welcome back. Ghana has reduced its farm gate cocoa price on Thursday, aligning payments to farmers with global market levels to encourage stronger demand. The move comes as international cocoa prices have plunged to two-year lows of around $4,000 per metric ton. The West African nation, the world's second-largest cocoa producer, has faced difficulties sustaining payments to farmers amid falling global demand. Officials also announced a new financing model to facilitate bean purchases, aiming to stabilize farmer incomes and ensure the continuity of cocoa supply chains. Authorities said the adjustments are part of a broader strategy to support farmers and maintain competitiveness in the international market. By linking local prices to global benchmarks and introducing innovative financing, Ghana hopes to manage economic pressures while safeguarding the livelihoods of cocoa producers who form the backbone of the country's agricultural sector. Malawi's government plans to reduce annual inflation to under 21% this year. President Peter Mutharika told Parliament on Friday. The Southern African nation has grappled with persistent price pressures, which have kept inflation above 20% since mid-2022. Currently, the country's records year-on-year inflation at 26%, reflecting rising costs across food, fuel, and essential commodities. The government target signals a commitment to stabilizing prices and easing the economic burden on households and businesses. Officials highlighted ongoing measures to tighten fiscal policy, improve supply chain efficiency, and maintain adequate foreign exchange reserves. Donor support remains crucial for Malawi's macroeconomic stability as authorities seek to balance inflation control with growth opportunities in a highly import-dependent economy. Malaysia's economy grew at its fastest pace in 3 years in 2025, reaching 5.2%, central bank data revealed on Friday. The expansion exceeded official forecast of 4% to 4.8%, and edged past the 5.1% growth recorded in 2024. Strong domestic demand, robust export performance, and rising investment were key drivers of the growth, underpinning optimism about the economy's resilience. Analysts highlighted that Malaysia's export-oriented sectors, particularly electronics and commodities, benefited from sustained global demand, while domestic consumption remained buoyant. The central bank noted that momentum is expected to continue into 2026, supported by policy measures and continued private sector investment. The performance marks Malaysia's highest annual growth since 2022, when the economy expanded 9%, signaling renewed confidence in the country's economic trajectory and its capacity to navigate global uncertainties. Indonesia's President Prabowo Subianto said on Friday he will proceed with his flagship free meals program despite what he described as an extraordinary campaign mounted against it. He insisted the initiative is fully funded through budget efficiency measures. Speaking at the launch of a free meal kitchen operated by the National Police in Jakarta, Prabowo reaffirmed his commitment to delivering the program, which aims to provide nutritious meals to school children and vulnerable groups. He said the government has streamlined spending to ensure the policy does not widen the fiscal deficit. The Free Meals initiative is a center pillar of Prabowo's social agenda and has sparked debate over cost, implementation, and long-term sustainability. Supporters argue it will improve child nutrition and educational outcomes, while critics question funding sources and administrative capacity. Taiwan's technology-driven economy is projected to grow faster than previously expected in 2026, buoyed by robust global demand for artificial intelligence, AI products and services. The Directorate General of Budget, Accounting and Statistics said on Friday that gross domestic product is now forecast to expand by 7.71% this year. The revised outlook marks a sharp upgrade from the 3.54% growth rate predicted in November, reflecting stronger than anticipated performance in the semiconductor and advanced technology sectors. Officials attributed the improved forecast to sustained global investment in AI infrastructure, including chips, servers, and data centers, areas where Taiwanese firms play a central role. Analysts say the upbeat projection underscores Taiwan's strategic importance in global supply chains, though they caution that external risks such as geopolitical could still affect the growth trajectory. Also, Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te said on Friday that it is up to Taiwanese companies to determine how to allocate the $250 billion in investments pledged for the United States, but stressed that their largest production capacity will remain in Taiwan. His remarks came after Trump administration officials signed a final reciprocal trade agreement confirming a 15% U.S. tariff rate on imports from Taiwan. Under the deal, Taiwan committed to a schedule for eliminating or reducing tariffs on nearly all U.S. goods, deepening trade ties between the two economies. Lai emphasized that while Taiwanese firms will expand their global footprint, the island will continue to serve as the primary base for advanced manufacturing, particularly in technology sectors. Analysts say the agreement reflects balancing efforts to maintain strong U.S. relations while safeguarding Taiwan's industrial leadership. Kim Yong-jong, the influential sister of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, has urged South Korean authorities to prevent what she described as a provocative sovereignty violation, following a recent drone incursion into North Korea's airspace. According to state media KCNA on Friday, Kim made the remarks in a statement addressing the incident, which Pyongyang views as a breach of its territorial integrity. The development adds to already strained inter-Korean relations amid ongoing security tensions on the peninsula. Kim said she appreciated South Korean Unification Minister Chung Dong-yong's expression of regret over the drone intrusion, describing it as sensible behavior. However, she stressed that concrete measures must be taken to avoid similar incidents in the future, signaling that North Korea expects stronger guarantees against further violations. And now, still to come in the news, oil sales from Venezuela controlled by the United States have totaled more than $1 billion since the capture of President Nicolas Maduro in January. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk Daba Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Welcome back. Talks between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States aimed at ending the ongoing war in Ukraine are set to take place in Geneva next week, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov confirmed on Friday. Russian aide Vladimir Bedinsky will lead Moscow's delegation in the discussions scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday. The upcoming talks followed 2 earlier rounds held in Abu Dhabi, where Russia's team was headed by Igor, the country's military intelligence chief. Officials indicated that Geneva will serve as a platform to continue exploring avenues for a negotiated settlement amid ongoing conflict and heightened international attention. Observers note that the involvement of top Russian and U.S. officials underscores the high stakes and complexity of negotiations. The Geneva talks are expected to focus on security guarantees, humanitarian issues, and steps towards a possible ceasefire, reflecting global pressure for progress toward peace. The European Union's trade surplus continued to shrink. Official data showed on Friday as tariffs weighed on exports to the United States and rising imports from China intensified pressure on domestic producers. The trend underscores mounting challenges to the bloc's export-driven economic model. For years, shifting trade and political dynamics with the world's largest economies have strained Europe's position in global markets. U.S. tariff measures have limited access for key European goods, while increased Chinese shipments have competed directly with EU industries, particularly in manufacturing and technology sectors. EU leaders met on Thursday to discuss strategies for navigating escalating economic rivalry with Washington and Beijing. Policymakers are exploring measures to bolster competitiveness, strengthen supply chains, and protect strategic industries as the bloc seeks to adapt to a rapidly evolving global trade landscape. Brazil's cattle slaughtering activity rose sharply in the fourth quarter of 2025, with beef packers processing 13.1% more animals than in the same period of 2024. Preliminary data from the Brazilian Census Bureau showed on Thursday. If confirmed, the full-year total would reach 42.3 million head, marking a record for the South American nation. The growth has been largely driven by strong demand from China, which accelerated processing and helped position Brazil ahead of the United States as the world's largest beef producer. Industry analysts said the surge reflects both robust export markets and domestic investment in processing manufacturing. The record output is expected to support Brazil's trade balance, though officials caution that sustainability and animal health regulations will remain critical to maintaining long-term production growth. Oil sales from Venezuela controlled by the United States have totaled more than $1 billion since the capture of President Nicolas Maduro in January and are expected to bring in an additional $5 billion in the coming months, U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright said on Thursday. The sales are being managed under U.S. oversight as part of broader efforts to stabilize Venezuela's energy sector. Much of the crude is being refined in U.S. refineries, and the administration of President Donald Trump has directed proceeds from the sales to Venezuela's interim government. Wright said, adding that short-term agreements are already in place to generate further revenue. Wright, on a visit to Venezuela, noted that Washington will continue to control sales flow until a representative government is established. He also met with Venezuela's interim president and toured oil facilities, underscoring U.S. efforts to rebuild the sector, attract investment, and support economic recovery. And now moving on to sports. Team Nigeria has been drawn to face Morocco in the 2026 Davis Cup World Group 2, with the winner earning a place in World Group 1 in September. The matchup sets up a high-stakes clash between two African tennis rivals, reviving competitive tensions on the continental stage. The draw echoes the nation's recent rivalry at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, where Nigeria fell to Morocco 4-2 on penalties after a tense 120-minute semi-final. That defeat, marked by controversial refereeing decisions, added fuel to the competitive fire between the two countries. Nigeria's tennis squad will now prepare for a challenging campaign against a strong Moroccan side, aiming to secure promotion to the top tier of international men's team tennis. Analysts expect the matches to test depth, strategy, and mental resilience as both nations vie for Davis Cup glory. Former Chelsea and Manchester City winger Raheem Sterling has joined Dutch club Feyenoord on a contract running until the end of the season. The 31-year-old England international completed the move after leaving Chelsea for mutual consent in January. Sterling's departure from Stamford Bridge followed a settlement package covering the remaining 18 months of his Chelsea contract, which reportedly included wages exceeding £300,000 per week. The agreement allowed the winger to seek regular playing time and continue his career in Eredivisie. Feyenoord confirmed the signing on Thursday, adding experience and attacking depth to their squad as they pursue domestic and European ambitions. Sterling, who has played at the top levels of English football, is expected to bring pace, creativity, and goal-scoring threats to the Rotterdam side, while also mentoring young players in the club's first team setup. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. The federal government approves major road expansions, including Bodo-Boni Extension and Akwanga-Maiduguri Corridor. UAE, Saudi Arabia and Qatar to import Nigerian fodder, including grasses, straws and hays, boosting livestock sectors. Ghana cuts farmgate cocoa price to match global levels, aiming to boost demand amid falling international prices. Russia, Ukraine and US to hold talks in Geneva next week, seeking resolution to ongoing Ukraine war. Team Nigeria drawn against Morocco in 2026 David Cup, World Group 2. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende, and in fact we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We we're proud of our place of birth, and we're proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it. Okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Amojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Amojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy? I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group, because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did a program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing. you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters Advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not doing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the times you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. the explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, But at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to, so there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree, on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay. So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, watch the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work, I did well, they offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awosika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in business administration and management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of The Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women and Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. African Development Studies Center, rethinking development